Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on a very thankfully dry day over in Italy. It is a year since this Grand Prix was cancelled last year, but blue skies, and we are going to have cars on track for the first time since 2022. Welcome to the Emilia-Romagna GP weekend. We are at Imola. My name is Steve, and we are just seconds away from the first practice session of the weekend. We've had F2 and F3 out, and without too many issues, or there was a bit of a crash, but we are set to have cars out on track very shortly as the official practice session begins at a 1:30 local time. If you're new to the stream, welcome to the channel. Make sure that you smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. It's been a while since I've been on here doing a bit of Formula 1, so if you haven't seen me, that's probably why, because I've taken a bit of a break in the last month. You've seen more of Reese and Mark. Fun fact, Reese is actually it was in Italy last year and was supposed to be going to the Grand Prix before it was rained out, so very frustrating time for him. But the good news is this weekend we are set to have action, although there are set to be storms on Sunday. So potentially intermediate tyres becoming a factor over then. But for today, tomorrow, it looks like we will have no issues whatsoever. And we do have a Ferrari going out as we officially start the clock for free practice 1. We're going to move into our timing boards and get ready to see exactly what's going to happen in this session. So I'm very keen to see lots of upgrades for the various teams and stuff like that. The last Formula 1 was not won by a Red Bull. Lando Norris finally getting sort of the monkey off his back and getting that first Formula 1 victory. Massive moment for him. And for McLaren, who in the first race spoke about the fact that they didn't expect to be too competitive too quickly. Well, they've won a race. And it's been a while since they've done that. So it has been a very interesting season already. And McLaren will be hoping that they can really sort of kick on from that and take the next real big step into for the season. Now, the first man on track is Fernando Alonso, as you can see over there. Most of the cars so far that we've got confirmation are all currently going out on a set of mediums. I think that is the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc, who I think is out there. Or I think that's actually not. I think it could be Carlos Sainz. But yeah, Alonso on the track, and followed by Sargent, Albon. Ocon is on the track over there. It is Leclerc indeed who's out. And an interesting weekend ahead. I'd describe it as a bit of an old school track here at Imola. Overtaking not the easiest. Only one DRS zone, for example. So very different to sort of the newer tracks we're seeing. You know, the likes of Miami, for example, the Vegas. You know, your sort of Azerbaijan's. You know, Abu Dhabi's, for example. You know, the tracks that are all relatively new. This is a old traditional circuit. It is the Ferrari home Grand Prix, and as a Ferrari fan, would really like to see the Ferraris pitch up this weekend. I'll tell you somebody who's under a little bit of pressure. That is Charles Leclerc at the moment, because safe to say that so far this season, Carlos Sainz has definitely proven his worth and shown that he is not just some random number 2 driver. In fact, that he is very much up there, and I definitely think that he could be on the cards for obviously Audi's the big shout, but talk about a potential seat of Red Bull next season, for example. So an interesting year to come for Carlos Sainz, and we've got quite a few cars on the track. Most of them getting out there. Charles Leclerc's just jumped on the track. Oscar Piastri's jumped on. So it is just the 2 Mercedes who are currently still in the pit lane, and we can see a couple of sectors there being tracked, and yeah, a lot of people on the track there. So very keen to see how sort of all the various teams go. And obviously this is the first practice session. There's no sprint this weekend either, so you know they've got a bit more time to sort of get things right, get some information. Again, it's upgrades. You know, it's been a couple of weeks now. A lot of upgrades coming in for the start of the European leg, the first race in Europe for the season, and obviously a lot more races to come. That will sort of more be in sort of June, July, where we sort of have the real bulk, and August we have the bulk of the European season, sort of in that European summer. But yeah, so here's Carlos Sainz. We're busy watching over here. Still haven't had an official lap being recorded from anybody just yet. Fernando Alonso, I think, should be clocking one pretty soon. And the 2 Mercedes, by the way, are also out on track. So as you can see by the map, every single driver is out there, and hopefully we'll start getting some times coming in very soon. and we can start to see exactly right. So Hulkenberg is on a set of hards, as is Carlos Sainz, by the way. Very interesting. Oliver Behrman, who famously scored points on his debut for Ferrari about a month ago, just over a month ago, is going to be doing some pre-practices for Haas. Will not be driving the races, the qualification, stuff like that, but will be getting an opportunity to clock some time in a Formula One car with Haas. And yeah, I mean, he sort of took the world by storm, didn't he? It was a fantastic effort for Ferrari when Carlos Sainz was unable to race. And all of a sudden, he's picked up a lot of traction with regards to some people looking at him thinking, well, maybe this is the real deal. And I'll tell you what, I mean, I don't think we've seen anything that would make us doubt that he's not the real deal. So it was really cool to see him go so well in that opportunity. But it'll be interesting to see now exactly in the practice, for example. He's now in a Haas, so a bit different to obviously going out in a Ferrari. But him up against Hulkenberg in this session. So an opportunity for him to try and be a little bit quicker. So some times coming through there. And speaking of being a bit quicker, well, there we go. He was at the top there. Now Carlos Sainz looking to add his some of his times over there. I'm just going to update that so that we've got a little bit closer to what I'm watching at the moment. So at the moment, so Russell with the fastest time there. The no laps just yet from the two McLarens, no laps from Alonso nor Hamilton just yet. So Russell so far the fastest in, and I mean it's not a long track with regards to, you're looking at the lap times there, sitting at a 1:19. That'll get down a lot over the next few days. Hamilton there goes and joins his teammate at the top over there. So some nice early laps there for the Mercedes. But yeah, very, very interesting. Bit of a tussle there between the two Haas to see how the youngster compares to the experience of Nico Hulkenberg. Right, jump in at the comments. Let me know where you guys are watching from and who you are supporting. So I'm seeing Lindiwe in the comments. I'm seeing Rod Shepard saying hello from Thailand. Welcome, Rob. And Blue Goose saying I'm never skipping a race ever again. Regret from Miami. Yeah, well, pick your poisons. And it's funny how we often look at certain Grand Prix and think, oh, this is the one that's not going to be great. And that actually turns out to be some of the best ones. And sometimes the ones that get all the hype turn out to be pretty straightforward, boring races. I mean, remember last year, the criticism that was laid towards Vegas. And, it's just a showpiece. It's just this, it's that. It's so commercial. Yada, 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 yada. And it turned out to be probably the race of the season. So, yeah, it's an interesting perspective, that kind of... in terms of which races we don't expect things to happen, and what races maybe sometimes we maybe overhype to a certain degree. So yeah, obviously Miami was the weekend of Lando Norris, who finally got that first race win. Ironically, I think it was the weekend after when he was called out by a fan saying, Lando, when are you going to win a race after close to a record amount of podiums without a win. But he has finally got that first win. And I think once you got that first win, it's important now to kick on. And McLaren also have showed, for example, that they are very much a team on the rise, showed good pace. So I do expect them to really compete, hopefully next season as well, when we get the new car stuff going, that they'll be up there. Because we want to see a bit more competitiveness, don't we? And I think if we can get back to a stage where the Mercedes can match the Red Bulls, the Ferrari are contenders. We've had Red Bull, we've had Aston Martin come through very nicely in the last year, and very much sees very good performances from Alonso. But McLaren, so much F1 heritage there, that they're a team that would really, really, really be cool to see them competing. And we want to see more than one team competing for the championships, don't we? Try and end the Red Bull dominance. And even if Red Bull are winning, we want them to be pushed, don't we? You can't just be a walk in the park. I think that is probably the big thing that we've missed over the last few years. So, Bob's saying time flies. Feels like Miami was yesterday. I think for me the most important thing for this weekend is the fact that we've got cars on track, and Piastri looking pretty quick in and around there. Yeah, so just said a fastest first sector, so he's come off and looked pretty good so far. There's the bright orange. You struggle to miss the McLarens with that bright orange livery. But he's looking good, Jez Piastri. Sonoda now going faster. Also interesting to see is on a set of hards. Track temperature, as you can see on screen, there is 43.3 degrees. It is very warm, 24 degrees air temperature. So a nice, pleasant weather for the Italian fans to be settling in there. 32% humidity over there. Not too windy at the moment. It's about just shy of 11 kilometer per hour northwest wind going there, but generally there's pretty good conditions. And long may that continue, because we don't need to see another race being cancelled. Yeah, it was very, very disappointing last year to see that race not going ahead. But yeah, there it is. And as I said, he was looking quick. The first person to go under that 1:19 mark is Oscar Piastri. So team principal there will be very, very happy with life. And as I said, looking at Andrea Stella. So as I said, for me, like it's been interesting to see McLaren. I mentioned it earlier, but was that Brown who said early in the season that they didn't expect to be competitive, whilst they made big strides last year, especially towards the back end of the season. That they didn't expect to be very competitive early on in the season. He said it was going to take time and to try and sort of cut back expectations. Was there maybe a little bit of smoke and mirrors, just trying to lower the expectations, meanwhile being quite optimistic? I don't know, because obviously come Miami, they were very, very competitive and shown that they can win races. So, big moment this weekend now for Red Bull to respond to that. And yes, there were factors, if you want to put it that, which maybe influenced the fact that Lando Norris got that victory. The pit stop and various times, but that's all part of the racing, isn't it? And credit to Max Verstappen, because Lando Norris was basically asked, was the whole pre-pit situation that he managed to get in Miami, was that the reason he won? And he said, yeah, probably. But then Max said, yeah, but that's part of racing. He said, you can't go with what ifs and that's the only reason. He said that's how it goes. He says, on the day you need a bit of luck, you need a bit of things to go your way. You still got to drive the car for however many laps. You still got to get to the end. You still got to be fast. And he said, that it's part of racing. So I really enjoyed that from Max, who, was not going to let Lando Norris's day be taken away from him, on a technicality. He said at the end of the day, he could have won with different conditions, but whatever happened on the day is what happens on the day. He said, and basically said Lando fully deserved the victory, and that it's not a hollow victory. It's a genuine victory, and he deserves it. So it's good to see that, because we've got to give credit, and even more credit these days, to other people who do win races because of the dominance that Max has shown the last few years. Old Man Russo, hello from Newcastle, Australia. Welcome to the stream. Still missing a couple of times for about 6 drivers at the moment. So Russell there about to come through, and I think he's going to go fastest here. And he does indeed go fastest there. So 1:18.193, starting to threaten that 1:18 mark. Up. I think that's Yuki, who's just... yeah, we're seeing quite a few cars going quite wide there. Trying to work out which turn it is, but Hamilton's gone wide there. Yuki's gone wide there. So there's Mick Schumacher in the background. Toto Wolff looking pretty relaxed. Always got a bit of a stern look on his face. There's Toto. Not the most welcoming of faces. Now, I'm just going to have a bit of a listen to what Bruno Firmin, the Alpine team principal, has to say about some of the conditions. I was hoping to get some feedback there from the Alpine team principal going from him, but they asked, what specifically does he need to improve? And he said, well, the whole car. So not giving us a lot of specifics there at the moment. So yeah, I mean, look, Alpine said, they reckon they took a step forward at Miami, but he says that they need to continue growing and continue building, really. But yeah, so welcome another random human saying good day from Poland. MS saying, what does missing times mean? Are they not participating or hasn't come through yet? They are participating. Most of them are currently in the pits, but they haven't recorded an official hot lap, for example, just yet. So that currently is now only Alonso, Zhou, Gasly, and Lando Norris, our race winner from Miami. Not happy Yuki Tsunoda saying, please stop pressing the radio when I'm pushing. And the message back to him was, well, apparently they're not, but they'll check. Sometimes does come across as a little petulant, does Yuki. Sometimes, maybe, wouldn't say that people think he likes to complain, but he is somebody that often tends to focus on some of the smaller things here. But as you can see, Russell and Piastri at the moment at the top of that leaderboard. The two Red Bulls lurking in between the two Ferraris. Bob, I'll be with you for FP2. It is me today. It is Mark tomorrow, and I believe it is Reese for a race. So we'll all be taking turns over the weekend to keep you guys company, so you can guys get to know all of us. One big Formula One family over here. Pierre Blood says here's a wild prediction: Perez and Antonelli at Mercedes, Sainz and Hulk at Audi, Russell and Max at Red Bull. I'd be very surprised if they go with if Red Bull can lure Russell away. It is a wild prediction, I suppose. Sergio Perez at Mercedes, I think, would be an interesting fit. But I think he's quite happy with life at Red Bull. Whether Red Bull decides to keep him or not, I mean, I suppose that could be the more pressing matter. Bob's saying, I don't think Sergio will get terminated that easily. After all, he was the one helping Max. I think that's a good point. I think he's a very good number 2 driver. And I don't think he's got... I don't want to say I don't think he's got ambition. But I don't think he's as hungry as a Lando Norris, a Charles Leclerc, for example. Those drivers who are desperate to be world champions. I think Sergio Perez thinks he can become a world champion, but I think he's also very cognizant of the fact that, he's 34 years old. He's probably got maybe one more move in his career, and he's currently now in the fastest car. Well, second fastest if you think Max is slightly faster. Yes, they're the same car, but set up slightly differently. So he's currently in the best car, and he's not going to get a better car. He's not going to be able to make a move to a different team where, he can sit there and say, no, I believe in them, and we can build this car to be a world championship winning car, for example. Somebody like a Fernando Alonso, for example, who is a world champion. He's been there, he's done that, he's floated around, he's both for Renault, obviously Ferrari. He can now come to an Aston Martin, and they can come to him with a project and say, listen, we know that you're a bit of an older driver when you think that he's 40 years old, but he's done what he needs to do. He's won a world champion. He's gone for the Triple Crown, for example. And so, so I don't really see Sergio Perez going and becoming sort of the head driver. A lot of the teams are tending to go for the next generation. So that's why after Max Verstappen won a Grand Prix at 18 years old, all the other teams went, oh, hang on, maybe that's the way we need to go. And suddenly you had George Russell, you had Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, all these younger drivers that were backed because they said, well, maybe this is the next generation. Now they've got to go them and try and back them and turn them into race winners nice and early. Speaking of race winners, Pierre Gasly, somebody who's maybe not kicked on since that win that he had. He is a Grand Prix winner, but struggled a little bit in that Alpine so far this season. It would be very nice to see him really competing, getting some points this weekend. MS asking, do you think Sargent will lose his seat? Well, maybe we can do that as a poll, because we don't have a poll running at the moment. Will Sargent keep his seat for next season? So should we do that as the poll? We haven't had one running, so I've wanted something to go. So that's a nice question. We'll throw that up to you people. You guys can vote and decide who you think, whether you think he'll stay or not. Venus saying, a few minutes later, what happened to Lando? At the moment, I'm not entirely sure. I'm trying to find out exactly what's going on there. He hasn't come out just yet. Him and Alonso are the only two drivers who have not clocked a time. Norris has actually not even come out yet. at all. So not entirely sure. We've got a yellow flag at sector 2. They're not entirely sure what's happened there. We'll wait and find out. Try and see if I can find out what's going on with Lando Norris. Where this is deliberate, where they've got things to... Oh dear. We have a Williams of Alexander Albon who is off the track and stationary. So there is a yellow flag at sectors 2 and 3. So I think I don't see any damage on his car. I think he might have just come off. Yeah, that's his session done for Alex Albon. So not the start that they would have liked to have had for the weekend, the Williams, and it was a pretty big week for Albon, who signed a new contract with Williams, and that was announced on this week. I think it was. Pretty sure it was this week. I even sent the message to him. I'm trying to find it. But yeah, so he'll be in the seat next week. So next season. Well, I suppose we do have a race next week. So 2025 driver lineup is starting to take shape. So now all the cars going back into the pits here. Let's see what happens here as it's going through towards sector 2 there. Where does he lose it? Oh, it just stops. Oh, it's engine failure, basically, from the looks of it. No, it doesn't lose it or anything like that. He's just, something happens and he's out. Yeah, something wrong with his car there. So mechanical failure there for him, and he's managed to park at a decent blast. So they'll be able to get that car moved, and we should still be able to get cars back out for some laps. So no crash or anything like that, no damage. There's a red flag now while they get that car sorted. The time continues to tick down. We're only 20 minutes in, so we're still very early into the session. And the steward is now looking to try and get that Williams car out of the way. So we'll just wait for a bit of a crane and just throw it over the side, and then off we can go again. But yeah, no time so far for Alonso and Norris. Most of the cars are out on mediums and hards. Carlos Sainz there out on some hards, and just pictures of Alexander Albon. So he won't be very chuffed with the fact that his car has not managed to make it through. Would have been a nice time of him off signing that new contract to be able to go and put in a good weekend performance. He might yet, but not the start to the weekend he would have liked. Right, we're going to some of the comments here. People about to say Merck probably have their engines turned up max for practice sessions. Bob saying if Sergeant wants to secure his CDs to make the lock, and Ferrari not doing good in Italy with, yeah, I don't know. You got to pitch up in your home Grand Prix, don't you? So it is a red flag because of that engine failure there from Alexander Albon, who is parked again. He's parked at a decent position. They'll be able to get that car quite nice and quickly. So we will still have plenty of time in this free practice session, and then we'll be live once again at 5 o'clock local time, which is in about 3 hours time for the second practice. But we will be live as a channel before then, because obviously we take you guys through all the various F2 and F3 sessions as well. So keep it locked here on the channel if you would like to keep monitoring all of that. And if you are new, make sure you subscribe. We've just gone past 5,000 subscribers, so hopefully we can get up to the 10,000 mark. And I'd like to do that before the winter break. Actually, we've got a big weekend next week with Formula 1 and Moto GP at the same time as South African. I'm a bit more invested in Moto GP these days with two South Africans in and around there. Brad Binder and his brother racing, and Binder being a Moto GP winner. Good to see. Love to see a couple more South Africans in motorsport. I actually know two personally, the Van der Linde brothers, who are racing. I think they were Formula E in the last couple of weeks. They're in the World Endurance Series. They're both. I think Calvin's doing Lamar. I'm not sure if Sheldon is, but. Yeah, we've been stalled a bit of motorsports down in this country. There's still no word on whether we're ever going to get a Kyalami Grand Prix, which, when I say I can run to, I was basically running past that earlier today. So it'd be nice if we can get that kind of that Grand Prix back, and we can go to it because we're right here. But yes, so Venus Poison saying Piastri doing good, and Tanka Yun saying Albon wants to drive Logan's car again. Could you imagine? Yeah, my car's done. Logan, out the car. Out. My car. I still think that's one of the most wildest thing ever. You got one car, you decide, all right, well, unlucky, he's the better driver. Out the car, out the car. And Paul Logan's just in there like, but it's my car, no. And yeah, so there we go. Red saying Monaco, 26th of May. Thank you very much for jumping in there. So yeah, we're getting to some of the iconic races coming up, aren't we? Imola obviously being one of the most iconic races, but it is next week, isn't it? The big one, and maybe not always the most exciting race, but I can tell you what, right now, if there's one race that all the drivers want to win, it's Monaco. You know, you want to win at Monte Carlo. The history, the environment, the fans, the stories behind it. That's the one you want to win. So just trying to find out exactly what's happened to Alexander Albon. He didn't win it, by the way. I saw somebody asking. He's not crashed. His engine looked like he had engine issues and just parked it. So we're waiting to find out exactly what has happened to him. There's no damage on it. He literally just, obviously something happened. You can see him slowing down and then kind of moved and parked it. But I don't see anything official on exactly what has happened to him and why he's had to park the car. Fortunately, a lot of stuff I'm seeing on Twitter is all in Spanish. So my Spanish is a bit rusty in that I don't think I've ever said a Spanish word in my life. We're looking at earlier, so Zhao's not happy, and he reckons he's jumping like a kangaroo everywhere. So not enjoying that kick Sauber at the moment is Zhao and you. Pierre Gasly goes looking at on board with him. Yeah, so Gasly also a couple of issues there from the looks of it. So Oliver Behrman is driving for Kevin Magnussen in Free Practice 1. I think he's also doing, I don't think he's doing the Free Practice 2 now, I say that actually. He is, however, also driving F2 this week. So he was the morning's F2 practice session. He actually went off the track. So done a great FP2 there. F2 is qualifying at 4 o'clock, so that will precede the Formula 1 Free Practice 2 when Kevin Magnussen is set to be back into his car. Speaking about being back in the car, he said the following. He said, I'm really looking forward to rejoining the team and taking part in the FP1 in Imola. The team is having a strong season, and I'm hoping with the extra experience I have since our last time together, I'll be able to help continue the run of form they're in. So it'll be his third practice session with Haas. He tested their car last year in Mexico and Abu Dhabi, and he's only actually been in one practice in 2024. It was pre-practice 3. He then went straight into qualifying for Carlos Sainz before finishing 10th. He finished 10th, and then he finished 7th in the actual race. So what a year he's actually having as the youngster from the UK. So just sort of halfway through the session, and we're still waiting to get that car of. Actually, I will lie. We are back. So I was on an ad break, and we're back. I'm on the track here. So yeah, so we're back and we're going. And this is Lando Norris, by the way, who's out on track and setting some times, and take him a while to get going there. That's his first lap, so not his fastest. He will get quicker here. Charles Leclerc set a first sector. That is the fastest so far for the session. And so the Ferrari is starting to come into its own as we move into the second half of the FP1. But yes, you did hear that correctly, Oliver Behrman, as you can see on the board there, down 12th. He is in the Haas for this session before being replaced once being by K-Mag. Will take over his car later in FP2. But we now officially have times for all the drivers. Alonso and Norris were the ones that hadn't managed to add a time before Albon went off the track, but they have officially back on and they have recorded time. And there's a fast lap there from Leclerc. He goes comfortably under that 117.5. So, yeah, it's a nice lap there from him and almost 0.5 of a second faster than George Russell, who has been the fastest so far. So the Ferraris, who are making big moves at the moment, making all the right signings, building a team, and to really compete. I want to look at the upgrades. I'm going to give you a list of the upgrades for Ferrari and Red Bull so far. Right, so over here for Red Bull, where's my list here? There we go. Right, so for Red Bull this weekend, they have not only upgraded the RB20's floor, they've also fitted it with a new front wing, rear corner, and nose. So this behind the body has been altered with an upper surface of the floor revised to improve the onset flow to parts downstream. Apparently, that's not a panic situation or a reaction to Lando Norris's win. Apparently, they were always supposed to be in the pipeline. So Ferrari have also got some upgrades this weekend. 7 new parts. It is a side pod inlet, an engine cover, diffuser layout as well, along with the rear wing. So a couple of changes there for Ferrari as well. There's also changed the rear suspension, the floor edge, as well as both the front and rear wings. So a couple of tweaks there for the Ferrari, which I suppose if you look at the time so far, seem to be doing the job. But this is obviously the first half now of a long weekend ahead. So let's not take anything too seriously just yet, and wait for things to pan out in maybe FP2 and FP3 tomorrow. But so far, Leclerc is fastest, and Behrman at the moment faster than Hulkenberg, which Hulkenberg hasn't really managed to clock a great lap just yet. And Charles Grenier, who was complaining about bouncing around like a kangaroo, well, the kangaroo is currently in 20th fastest so far in the session, with officially 28 and 56 seconds left. Again, perfect conditions. Rain, nothing expected at this stage. We'll wait and see if that changes over the weekend. Apparently, potential rain forecast for Sunday, which is a bit worrying given what we saw last year, but hopefully the fact that we have had very little rain so far is all very dry, that it won't be too bad. Right, well, there's Carlos Sainz, by the way, going fastest, and he's very close to getting below that 117, just over 1/10 of a second out from that. So the two Ferraris, since that stopping from Albon, have come out with a bit of vengeance, and they are motoring. So that's good news if you're a Ferrari fan, to see them. And when I say Prix dominance, I mean, Tsunoda with a nice lap there. He's 0.3 of a second back. But there's a decent gap between the Ferraris and the rest of the field so far. But now Hamilton comes over the line. He goes second fastest. We saw George Russell there at the top for a while. But having said that, then Leclerc goes a little bit faster as well. Trying to find out exactly what the qualifying time was back in 2022. Obviously didn't have this race last year. So we have to go all the way back to 2022. And I want to go to the qualifying. Here we go. 22nd of April, back in 2022. And there we go. The qualifying lap in Q3 was 1:27.99. So that was qualifying time back there. But that was in Q3. In Q1, it was 1:19.295. So that was the qualifying time. They were really comfortably underneath that at the moment. So expected to be very quick this weekend. The fastest lap back in 2022 was Max Verstappen with a time of 1:18.446. So most of those cars already sort of in and around that time and going below that. Just having a look at Piastri. Seems to be bouncing around a little bit. Right, he's going back into the garage. Is Lando Norris trying to get We haven't got a transcription of exactly what he's saying there on the team radio. But looks like they're going to do a bit of work there. The tyres being covered. Wasn't out particularly long there it was Lando Norris. Right, now we're having a look at Alonso, who's moves up, but still not rapid at the moment. There's a nice lap by Yuki Tsunoda early on. He's sort of a bit of an anomaly in that top 10, which currently 10th is Behrman in a Haas, not a Ferrari. Right, so it's interesting look at the tyres here. So Sainz set that fastest on a soft tyre, but Leclerc just under 0.2 of a second behind on a set of mediums. Hamilton soft, Tsunoda mediums, Russell, Piastri both on softs. Both the Red Bulls currently on mediums, Shaw on softs, Behrman on softs as well. We saw some hard tyres earlier, but nobody currently driving around on that compound with 25 minutes remaining on the set. Right, Russell's just here, fast second sector, looking like he's doing pretty well, and he does go fastest. So that's a nice response from the Mercedes, who have definitely been the two. I mean, those two teams have been the fastest so far. I want to try and see if I can find out a bit more information on Alexander Albon, and let you guys know what is happening at the moment. Right, here we go. Right, so both the Alpine drivers, both Ocon and Gasly, have been complaining about the ride of the car, apparently very bumpy and not very smooth. And a mechanical issue is confirmed for Albon, but we don't know what it was. Basically, it looks like the engine basically shut down and then he basically coasted onto the grass. So not good from that perspective. Tsunoda has run wide so far in this session. Here we go. We've got an update from Williams. So it shut down after taking too much curb. It says as follows: the cause is currently unknown, will be investigated when the car is back. So I'm not entirely sure what happened, but basically, he had too much curbs, and that caused the engine to shut down. Ricardo's run wide there, by the way. Oh dear, and Carlos Sainz taking a bit of a shortcut, and he's has gotten that wrong and run through the grass. So no official update on, well, I don't know what's wrong just yet from Williams, but it is a mechanical issue. The engine did shut down, so that's been confirmed. Right, Danny Rick going up to 10th fastest, overtaking Behrman, just drops down to 11. So the RBs, both in the top 10. Strange session so far from Fernando Alonso, who has clocked quite a few laps, but hasn't seemed to really make any of them count just yet. And Charles Leclerc with the fastest second sector. Could he yet go fastest? Oh dear, that is the Mercedes. That is off the track, in the grass. I managed to make it there back onto the track. I don't know if that's Russell or Hamilton. Couldn't see the helmet very clear. Well, he does go fastest. Leclerc, the first person to dip under that 117 mark. He goes in the 116.990. So we're just getting underneath that mark, but he goes fast so far. And the Ferrari fans will enjoy that a lot. Obviously, expect to see a large representation of the Tifosi this weekend. Yeah, so I tell you, these drivers are struggling today. It's not been easy sailing. You've seen a lot of cars going off, a lot of cars going wide. A lot of the drivers talked about how this is a much more difficult track. That it's old school, that it's very challenging, maybe not really as much opportunity to overtake, but it really tests the drivers. So it could be a very different race where we might not see, traditional, wheel-to-wheel racing and lots of overtaking, but I think we'll see a lot of track limits being infringed on. We could see cars going wide and having to give up places. Just looking at this Hamilton spin out, it was Hamilton. And just completely spins out there. Thankfully for him, doesn't avoids all the barriers and manages to turn himself back out. And he just, I think he just hits a few too many curbs, which seems to be an issue with quite a few of the teams. Apparently, quite a few more curbs in the track than it was back in the 2022. So just getting used to that. Hamilton currently 5th fastest. Right, going to some of the comments over again. So, Helen saying, let's go science. Old Man Rook supporting Danny Rick. And TCC saying, my God, Russell is quick. Pure Blood says, Mo probably had the engine turn up to Max. Where's Max? Max currently sitting down at 8th at the moment. The Red Bulls have not quite been there just yet, but I'm sure we'll see that come qualifying. They'll be just fine. Don't seem to be worrying too much about the pace so far. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Hamilton come into the pits actually after that spin out and make sure that everything's all good. Moving into an ad break here, so let me just quickly move across so that I can jump onto my other stream, which doesn't have ad breaks. So at the moment, the Mercedes are the fastest through the medium speed corners, followed by the Ferraris. Interesting bit of analysis there, looking at where the cars are faster and where the difference is coming. So those medium speed corners apparently are being dominated at the moment by Mercedes. There's Carlos Sainz currently in the pit. And he's not getting out of the car, so he will go out and have another go. Looking at a few of... That's a very young member of Tifosi. A Charles Leclerc supporter. And now we're having a look. Is this somebody's coming into the pits yet? And that could be Danny Rick coming into the pits, who's currently 10th fastest in that Cash App Visa RB. No, in fact, it's Tsunoda, who is 14th of the second back. He's been fast so far. I'll be happy to see that both of them seem to have a reasonable amount of pace. It's not too many cars on the track here, as we kind of know when it comes to this sort of practice. They'll get in, they'll work on the cars, and they'll go out. Probably about 5 minutes to go, just to clock a few more laps. And they'll have a star practice, and then that'll be it. And they'll go and have a break, and we'll return in about 2.5 hours. To get that second pre-practice session. So let's have a look at what's going on over the weekend, shall we, in terms of the schedule for the Emilia-Romagna race. So if we look at the full schedule, because there's obviously a lot happening rather than just the F1, for today, we are almost halfway through the day with the Formula 1 first practice session. It'll then be the Formula 3 qualifying. That'll start at 3:05. We will have that live. We'll have live timing over there. That'll be followed by the Formula 2 qualifying session, which starts at 4 o'clock until 4:30. And then we will be live for the second practice session of the day, FP2, starting at 5 o'clock until 6, which will wrap up today's coverage. Tomorrow starts a nice and early 10 o'clock. It'll be the sprint race for the Formula 3. Followed by, we can't not being covered, but the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup is happening over there. The third practice session for the F1 will then start tomorrow at 12:30 until 1:30, followed by the F2 sprint race starting at 2:15. Then the qualifying for Formula 1 tomorrow at 4 o'clock. So make sure you don't miss that. It is an hour earlier than what FP2 is today. So make sure that you put that into your diary. And then in terms of Sunday, lots happening. Obviously, the first feature race for the Formula 3 starts at 8:30 in the morning, followed by Formula 2, which starts at 10 o'clock. Then the Porsche Super Cup will happen. And before the Formula 1 Grand Prix, it lights out and away we go at 3 o'clock on Sunday. Over there in Italy. So Max Verstappen out there at the moment, warming up the tyres. Let's see what he can do actually on an outlap. Interested to see if the Red Bulls can put themselves in amongst the sort of top 5, 6 as we get towards the end of the session. Just shy of 15 minutes left going. Right, so looking at the comments over here, BK Gaming said, could we potentially see Singapore 2023 all over again? Early to say. Logan Sargent cutting the corner there. So he said we've seen a lot of cars getting too quickly and having to cut a few corners here. Lots of curves as well being hit so far. So living up to the reputation so far is Imola, with all the drivers being very quick to say how difficult of a track it is. And here comes Max Verstappen into the pits. And he was in and out. Doesn't even look like they even looked at Whitney's car. So my tear-off has gone in the brake duct. Man was the addition there, but not much information. Right, now we're looking at Oliver Bearman, who is racing, well, in a Haas car. Not be racing for them this weekend because he'll not be on the race. It'll be K-Mag from FP2 onwards. But he's getting an opportunity to get some more time in an F1 car. He was actually got F2 qualifying at 4 o'clock. So a busy day for him. He was in the F2 practice session earlier. Then he's got qualifying later. Obviously, we're driving the sprint and the race for them as well. So he's a busy boy, as Oliver Bearman. After that 7th place finish back in Saudi, he sort of put his name out in the lights as potentially a big star for the future. And I mean, Lando Norris, at the moment, the next big thing coming out of the UK. But Oliver Bearman will be looking to follow his countrymen and start adding to the UK stocks of Formula One drivers. Currently 3 on the grid in Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, and Lando Norris, and could be 4 next year if Oliver Bearman does get a seat. There is lots of rumours about the fact that he might do just that. Not entirely sure where he might get that seat, but you'll have to wait and see. I just can't believe, all these kids who are basically too young to be driving, and this is what our Formula One sport has become. All these teenagers and youngsters, and he's 19 years old. He scored points for the F1. Max Verstappen won a race at 18. I didn't have my license at 18, and these guys are flying around at stupid speeds. It's impressive. It is impressive. Being watched on by his father there, Oliver Bearman. Now we're looking at Verstappen, and he's, we'll have to wait and see if they managed to fix the issues that he had. He looks like he's on a hot lap here, so let's see what Max Verstappen can do on a set of softs. Leclerc, Russell both on out laps. Leclerc still with the fastest lap of the session so far. I'll tell you what, this Red Bull is flying around there. We'll wait to find and see. Yeah, it is the fastest first sector. I was about to say he's looking good around this track. Here we go. Is Max Verstappen about to allay all the fears and just remind everybody of just how quick this Red Bull can be when it wants to be? As I said, so far the fastest lap currently sitting at a 1:16.9. But the fastest first sector for Max Verstappen coming up to the second sector, and it is it's just slightly back here. Maybe not quite the fastest lap. Let's see what he can do in the final sector. I think he will move up a little bit. I think he'll probably go to above Russell, I reckon. Maybe potentially above Tsunoda or Sainz. I'm not sure he'll get a fastest lap here. I don't think he will, in fact. But does go ahead of Tsunoda. A bit better there from the Red Bull. I expect to see him go even faster, actually. He's looking a lot better all of a sudden during that lap. Second sector wasn't the best, but the fastest first and third sector. So, sort of that second sector, and he'll be good to go. Every single time people start to, I wouldn't say worry, but people start to peak, the interest starts to peak about the Red Bulls. People going, oh, they're looking a bit slow. Is this a sign? And then it always happens, isn't it? They just come in towards the end of the station, just remind everybody of just how quick they are, and that they're dominant in the sport for very good reason. So a nice response there from Max Verstappen. Now, this is Charles Leclerc, who's on a hot lap. Let's see what he can do. Let's see if he can get underneath that fastest time he set so far. Not the best first sector. Let's see what he can do through the middle. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see him go faster yet. Closing on that 10-minute mark for the first session. Kind of going to set a hards as well, so I think you should put the hards on. So it'll need a bit of time for them to warm up. So yeah, well behind his pace at the moment, but let's see how he goes when those hards start to warm up a little bit and he can start to really getting some grip. So note also, by the way, on a set of hards, so we've seen all three compounds being used throughout the session. We've seen soft, medium, and hards from all the various different teams. So there's been a lot of information that would have gathered. That is an RB. I think that is Sonoda, who is currently inside the pits. No, that is Danny Rick, who's 11th fastest at the moment. Struggling at the moment to outperform his teammate, which is I think the main thing. You know, when you're not in a car that's going to win your races, the very least you got to be doing is outperform your teammate. You know, you've got to be the go-to driver, don't you? You know, you can't be sitting there saying, "Oh, the car's not good enough, the car's not good enough," and have your teammate outperforming you consistently, because then you're in trouble. Then you're in a lot of trouble. So yeah, it's not been smooth sailing for Daniel Ricciardo so far in that RB this season, but it's early on. Still early on. I mean, it's the longest season ever in Formula One history. So plenty of time for Danny Rick to get things going and to really return. But at the moment, you know, not been the start or the return to Formula One that he would have wanted. He would have wanted more points. He would have wanted to have been outperforming Yuki Tsunoda, try and put his hand up for that potential seat in the Red Bull next season. Hasn't happened for him just yet. But as I said, plenty of time. He's got the pedigree. We know this. We go to Monaco next week. We remember that famous victory he had. So he's got the pedigree. And they always say that, you know, form is temporary and class is permanent. Well, he is a class driver, but we have to wait and see when we start to see exactly, you know, the class that made him so good and made him such a dominant force in that Red Bull. Verstappen saying that turn 11 is a disaster. I have no effing grip. Saying I can't brake late because then the car initially wants to bottom really badly. Then on the entry, I just have to air because I just have no effing front. Not a happy man is Max Verstappen in that Red Bull. Yeah, being quite honest, I think is probably the right word with his opinions over there, which is that things are not going well. So it'll be interesting to have to monitor that and see if they can sort that out in the next session, which again, as I reminded you, starts at 5 o'clock. But don't think that then, because that starts at 5 o'clock, tomorrow's qualifying starts at 5, because tomorrow's qualifying starts at 4. So it's an hour earlier than what the second practice is today. And we'll be live with you guys all the weekend. Tomorrow, Reese will be taking you through tomorrow's session and sessions, actually. And then Mr. Mark will be back on Sunday. And he'll be taking you through the race itself. And hopefully we get a really good race. Hopefully we get a race worthy of Imola and the history that it brings with it. And Piastri now on a hot lap. Let's see what he can do. Still haven't seen anybody really threaten to bring the times down just yet from what we saw earlier. Be surprised if we do see anybody go faster before the session is over. I think we've probably peaked with regards to the times. But we'll have to wait and see. 7 minutes on the clock. Verstappen struggling at the moment. Very much not happy. And made his displeasure known. Well, he's just in the fastest first sector, so it can't be that bad. But I suppose that's not where he's having the issues. So we'll have to wait and see as he goes on the lap whether it is as bad as he is saying, or whether it's one of those. Oh no! As I say that, he also takes the short corner and goes over. There goes that lap after the fastest first set. He's going to be fuming. He's going to be absolutely fuming. You just know he's going into that Red Bull pit and he's not going to be happy. So yeah, something not happy with that Red Bull there, and you can see all the engineers looking at all the data, trying to work out what it is. Fortunately, if you're a non-Red Bull fan, you know how good this team is, and they'll have whatever the issue it is fixed, ready, and fine to go by the next session, if not by tomorrow. So, yeah, don't get your hopes up if you think this is going to be the start of the downfall of the weekend. All right, so an interesting. Both the Red Bulls have Sergio Perez moving out ahead of Max Verstappen earlier. So let's have a look at this over here. So you can see him; he's absolutely flying. And then as he gets to the braking zone, just you can just see, and and I was about to say it is spinning out wide. You can see the back of his car thrown out there before he had to then go over the. Yep, two big slides and over he went. So it's exactly what he was describing, actually, saying as soon as he brakes, the car, moves out from the back of him. So he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He actually did very well in the end to hang on to it. That could very easily have ended in the wall. So, yeah, silver linings. Not entirely happy. I don't know if he's gone to the pit, if he stayed out there. As I said, did pretty well to keep it on the track. He is still out there, but I think he's just bringing it home, to be honest. Yeah, I think he's just going to bring that back. Oh, bit of curves there mounted by Lando Norris. Yeah, I'll tell you what, there's been very few drivers who have not made a mistake in this practice session. We've seen a lot of people, especially in that corner where Max Verstappen couldn't hold on to it going over there. A couple of people have gone wide. Albon just stopped. He had mechanical failure. And Lando Norris has not been particularly rapid so far. And not on the hot lap either, so we're not going to see. I don't think we'll actually see exactly how fast Lando is. That's a very young McLaren member of the staff. So I think at the moment the winners so far in this first practice are probably Ferrari. I think Mercedes will be very happy, and Ferrari, especially given the fact that they've are testing some upgrades. So to test your upgrades and be fastest is a nice sign. Red Bull, well, there's a couple of upgrades, and they're not the fastest and struggling to control the car. So that might be a bit of a red flag for Red Bull. But again, you just they're just too good. Every single time you think that something's wrong, the engineers, Adrian Newey, who's hopefully going to be this Ferrari savior, they just clutch up and they just sort it out. A Red Bull never going to be out for a couple of races. It'd be very cool if we don't see a Red Bull win this weekend. Oliver Behrman, what's he got to say on the radio here? When see we can see a transcription. Yuki Tsunoda now. Also had a very nice session so far, so I think RB will be pretty happy with his efforts. But once again, Kickstarter, the Williams and the Haas's trail, and the two Alpines, Ocon sitting in 14th, Gasly in 10th. So you're sort of your bottom 10, your bottom 5 teams there, and the Williams still straddling the Haas of Hulkenberg. Well, he's been quite he's been good, about 2.5 seconds behind Oliver Behrman. So I suppose as Behrman, he'll be quite chuffed with that effort, and he's going to have a bit of an hour break before jumping in his F2 car and going for qualifying there. But he'll be happy with that. Bottas and Zhou Guanyu not showing too much pace, and Logan Sargent as well. Alex Albon, to be fair to him, only had about 20 minutes, I think it was, before he had that mechanical failure and had to stop. Right, so we've got 2 minutes left on the clock. The clock has gone red as we basically enter. You've probably got time for about another 2 laps, really. So I don't think we're going to see too much late drama. I don't think we'll see any faster laps here. Lock up there from Hamilton, who then went wide. Yeah, he's also struggled a little bit. As I say, I'm trying to think of any of the drivers we haven't seen struggle at a certain point here. Tsunoda, complaining about the car ahead of him. He's had lots to complain about so far in the session, has Yuki. Lando Norris. That's 2 green sectors from him. So he's been quite far off the pace. A second behind Gasly. But I think this looks like a better lap for Lando Norris. He does beat him to 8th, so a bit better there from him. Might have time. I'm not sure if he could. I think he's on another hot lap here. So try and see if he can try and get that below that 117.6 he currently just clocked. So not terrible session here for the McLarens. Again, we'll have to wait and see on FP2. But I think also the main thing is a lot of the drivers. Some of them have. None of them have driven here in the last year. So 2 years, and Verstappen, by the way, another fastest first sector. The question is, can he hold on to that car for the remaining 2 sectors to potentially set a fastest lap in the last? Wouldn't that just be so typical? Oh no, he's gone off, and as I say that he's gone off, that car is not happy. He's gone off. He's in the gravel. He's in the gravel. Well, I tell you what. He's really struggling, and that's I think that's the 3rd time he set a fastest first sector and then spun out or lost control of the car. He cannot keep it under control. I haven't seen Max Verstappen struggle like this. I can't actually tell you the last time I've seen Max Verstappen struggle like this. Interesting. I mean, not really enough to warrant getting upset about if you're a Red Bull fan, but it is interesting to see that he is genuinely struggling in that car. So something clearly not happy. Something that they will need to address in the next 2 hours, because you see he's just struggling, and it's the back of that car that just keeps coming out. And you can see going, and then just can't control it around the bend. Well. What's going to happen? Yeah. Work to do, I think, is the safe to say. And it clocks down to 0. That is the end of free practice 1, and most of the cars have come back, and lots of work to do for Max Verstappen, who had a bit of a disastrous free practice. I mean, he finished 5th fastest, but spun out, cut a corner, almost lost control of the car, so not been a good session for him. We'll have to wait and see how they do respond, which I'm sure will be pretty well, knowing the Red Bulls. But yeah, people, thank you very much for joining me for this first session. We will see you guys in a couple of hours at 5 o'clock local time for the next session. I'm going to send you over to that video over there. The build-up's already begun for that next session, so we'll see you guys over on that side. Please do smash like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well if you're new, and